Tell you a little bit about my story. I'm not an activist. I haven't changed the world or led a campaign. I'm here to just tell you my path so that you hopefully can take something away from it, because I don't like being honest with, this is the truth, I don't like being honest with press and interviews. I like being honest with you directly, which is each and every one of you. I feel like I can, and I'm just gonna start with the basics. So I'm 21. My mom had me when she was 16, and I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas, and she worked 4 jobs and completely dedicated her life into making mine better. So to me, she is the definition of a strong woman. And I love her so much because she's taught me those values so much. I have been acting my entire life, and I have known since I was first on Barney, you know, that purple dinosaur that I hung out with. When I was 11, the point being is when I was 7, I wanted to be an actress, and I wanted to live my dream. And when I was 11, I had a casting director tell me that I wasn't strong enough to carry my own show. And I'm sure all of you have been told that you don't have what it takes, and that you may not be good enough, and you don't have enough people supporting you, and you're being told all of these things when deep down it's all you want to do. You want to be a part of something great. You want to make something great. And it does more than knock the wind out of you. It crushes you when people try to tell you that you're not good enough. And it almost did for me, but there was my mom next to me, stronger than ever. And she said, the most important thing is to always trust in myself. If I'm doing something because I love it, I should do it because I love it, and I believe I can do it. So she told me to keep going. She told me, and she taught me to turn the other cheek and let the critics be critics. And let us just trust ourselves. So for me, 2 years later, I got my own show, and the first thought wasn't, oh man, that girl when I was 11 said I wouldn't carry my own show, and I did. I mean, I thought about that for a little bit, but I thought about what my mom said. My mom was like, you have to trust yourself, and I realized if I didn't believe that I could do it, I wouldn't be able to be here. And I'm gonna say I live a very blessed life. I have so much to be thankful for, and a lot of you are a big part of inspiring me, because I don't think you get it, and maybe you're not told enough, but you inspire me to be better, and we should inspire each other to be better. I'm surrounded by people who are supposed to guide me, and some of them have, and others haven't. They pressure me. There's so much pressure. You gotta be sexy, you gotta be cute, you gotta be nice, you gotta be all these things. And I'm sure you can all relate. You all have pressure that you have to deal with every day. I'm sure with school, with work, with friends, with parents, with family, with parents. I know sometimes with mine. They tell me what to wear, how to look, what I should say, how I should be. Until recently, I had given into that pressure. I lost sight of who I was. I listened to opinions of people, and I tried to change who I am because I thought that others would accept me for it. And I realized I don't know how to be anything but myself. And all I really want you to know is that you are changing the world. I'm not changing the world, you're changing the world, and that's amazing. Please just be kind to each other and love and inspire people, because let's do it. Let's change the game. Let's change the game. The most important thing is that we learn, and we continue to learn from each other. Please stay true to yourself. Please just remain who you are, and know that we have each other's back. All of us have each other's back. I'd be lying if I said that I've never tried to make myself better by giving in, because I have. But I've learned from my actions, and for all the things I've done, I'm proudest of that. I've learned from my mistakes. I want you to know what it's like, that I know what it's like. Figuring out what types of friends you have, you are who you surround yourself with. So I just want to say, I hope I can inspire each and every one of you to just trust yourselves and to love and to be loved. And thank you for allowing me to come up and ramble and talk to you guys, because this is such a beautiful thing you're doing. Be proud of yourselves. This is great.
We explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. 1, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. 2, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. 3, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat?
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in our subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment to made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is what's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Now, the things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say I think this about me, but they just say I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything's turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans. People feel they don't, they're too skinny, they're just falling off them. They don't have the hips for it. You know, all these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing. We try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories, or reduce what we're eating as the junk food, to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely, because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape. This body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. Then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No, what's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that, and we forget it because of the society and the community, and the environment we actually live in. And the other thing we've got about body image, what body image mean is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, while you're at primary school. And then when when your big transition for you, when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is the taunts that they say? Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously. Subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, we were one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just called Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters. and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually, one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is that. She did a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, "Oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat." Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay. So yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning yes? But are you meaning that you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is. This next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry. At the end, I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture of the sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. We grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. The higher scale, number 10, is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4, and do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and particularly even with myself when we were getting married, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned. Everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within the family, as in marriage? Where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence if we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing name calling was Concord. It was called Concord, just made about, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. No one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was specky four eyes being called that. These little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. And I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram, where I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare yourself, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay. Compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. Yes, so basically you're not asking them, how do I look? How do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues, they're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to it. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful? Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any do. Make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you and soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or looking at good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you'll create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, say them out loud, like they say affirmations, say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to go into the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. Could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? And spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. We've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you, and you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, taking take your socks off with bare feet and being walking on the ground and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth. Absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual, what is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground, coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein. And then being fit, of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? there was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it is something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right, if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class. And that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up. That's still, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. So there's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you. because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety off about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results, when we're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else. It's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness. And when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me, the client that's come to see. It's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the three areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone, and then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before, didn't even know.
I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me.
Welcome to the show, Guy. We're so excited to get vulnerable with you and learn a little bit more about your podcasting journey. Johnny and I are huge fans of the show, How I Built This, and we really enjoyed the book, How I Built This, as well.
Thanks, guys. It's great to be here, and I hope we don't get too vulnerable because I'm in a really vulnerable place between the fires and the pandemic and environmental degradation, political unrest. Woo!
Well, we're
what a
all
year.
So you mean you're in California? Yeah.
In 2020, yes.
Exactly. Now, you've been a radio journalist and even a wartime correspondent for a long time, and now you're one of the most recognized and successful podcasters in the world. What set you on the path to becoming a podcaster?
You know, it's funny. I mean, I would say it's only in the last like 2 or 3 years when that description didn't kind of like momentarily jar me. I always thought of myself as a radio person because I started out in radio, and you know, because of the podcasting boom, what I've always been doing is kind of the definition has changed, right? But the actual thing that I do hasn't really changed. So it's only in the last couple of years where I've actually thought, yeah, you know, I've really kind of embraced this. I remember talking with Casey Neistat about, you know, about him being described as a YouTuber rather than a filmmaker. And at first people sort of use that phrase in a kind of a pejorative way, like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. But that's how he describes himself now, because it's actually some of the best filmmakers are YouTubers. And so for me, it really began in radio. You know, I started out as a radio reporter. I started out as a you know, started at the bottom, and I worked as a radio reporter most of my early career, and eventually became a radio anchor, news anchor on NPR of a news program. And really, about 8 years ago, I just kind of lost my faith in not my faith. I had a kind of a moment of disillusionment with the news. I really felt like, you know, I needed to make a better contribution to the world in a small way. And I didn't feel like I was doing that in news. I felt like even though we were covering important things, and I'm really proud of the work I was able to do, and I got to cover stories around the world, and cover 4 wars and live in countries and meet incredible people, I felt like people were even more polarized, you know, at that time than when I started. And so I kind of, my journey into kind of podcasting was really leaving the news side of what I did and starting to create programs that dealt with human behavior and human experiences that were more universal, that weren't about like up to the minute, you know, this is happening now, this is happening now, that's happening tomorrow. And it began with TED Radio Hour, a show that I helped launch in 2013. And really the idea behind that show was, can we make a show where every single episode can be heard now or in 5 years or in 10 years and it will still be relevant? Can these be evergreen programs that are designed to stand the test of time? And that was the beginning. And that sort of has taken me to where I am today, proudly a podcaster.
You know,
We are glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I feel that all of us in the podcasting industry at this moment have a sense of either we can add to the turmoil and the insanity that's seemingly being around us, or we can use our platforms to bring everybody together, and put out messages of education and being able to help people see the world for what it is around them. Because I think a lot of people are finding the news to be agenda driven and divisive at this time.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that, the way people, especially younger people, are consuming information on their own terms through podcasting gives us a huge opportunity to create content that, that does elevate the conversation, that does get people thinking about big ideas, that does get people thinking more deeply about themselves and about the people around them. And I hope that stays. I mean, of course, it's a commercial environment, so there will always
Yes.
be opportunities for people who don't want to do that, who don't want to. And as long as there's an audience for those people, for better or worse, the marketplace will determine, who succeeds and who doesn't. But I agree with you. I think that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to do that
Yes.
because we have time. We don't have to end on the hour. We can keep these conversations going. So I agree. I applaud that.
And what drew you to successful entrepreneurs as a way to have those timeless conversations?
It's funny. I just got off a call with the founders of Wayfair. They were on my show on how I built this 3 years ago, Neeraj Shah and Steve Conine. And they had zero passion about furniture. They couldn't care less about furniture when they started out. Now they do. They have a tremendous interest in furniture, but they didn't care about it. They didn't know much about it. They were really interested in solving a problem and a challenge. And that was why does somebody living in New York or LA have access to really great furniture, but someone living in, Omaha or Des Moines doesn't? They don't have easy access to great furniture, and they wanted to make this something that anybody could access. In my case, I first really encountered entrepreneur stories in 2008 when I was on a sabbatical year. I got a journalism fellowship that year, and I spent the year at Harvard. They offer this really fancy fellowship to journalists, and you can take classes all over the place, wherever you want, and they pay for everything. It's unbelievable. And I took a class at Harvard Business School, and I was expecting charts and graphs and formulas and algorithms. I was blown away when we got our first assignment, which was to read a case study, which was essentially a story. And it was a story of an entrepreneur and a crisis they faced, and you had to wait to the next class to find out what happened. And I was just blown away. I thought, this is how they teach business school? This is amazing. These are incredible human journeys. These are like any story of any journey you've ever encountered, the Odyssey or Gilgamesh or any of these heroes that you see in classic literature that Joseph Campbell wrote about in the 70s, Star Wars, Harry Potter. It's like there's this person with a crazy idea, and she tells people in the village, and they all tell her she's crazy, so she has to leave the village, or they exile her from the village, and she goes on this journey. She slays a dragon, she almost dies in an abyss, she finds a mentor. All of those elements are in the stories of founders and founders of these incredible companies and brands. And once I connected the dots, it was clear to me that I wanted to make a show like this. It just took me a while to actually, launch it, but it was always in the back of my mind because there's so much at stake when you're starting a business. There's the possibility for failure and for collapse and for financial ruin and for embarrassment and shame. I mean, there are all of these things that we as humans naturally want to avoid. Like our saber-toothed tiger, in the savannah instinct says, get out of here. And so I really want to explore what motivates people to do that, and how, and can we learn how to do that? And so that was the genesis of the show. And I think it sort of defines what it is today.
And I think that speaks to the success of the show in that hero's journey is relatable whether or not you are trying to start a business. And I know so many non-entrepreneurs who love the show and love digging into these personal moments that you have with these incredible founders.
It's so nice to hear that. I mean, I'm just honestly, I hope it doesn't sound like falsely modest. I work in this studio that you're looking at me right now at. I mean, this is where I work from. And I spend, especially in COVID, I don't have any interaction with anyone except my family, my wife and my kids. And hearing from people who love the show means so much. It really does. And sometimes I have to stop and kind of take stock of it because, I think like a lot of people, I tend to get a little obsessed with the occasional negative comments or some of the mean things that people will write now and again, and it really does. I'm getting better at it, but I want people to love it. I want people to feel empowered by it. So it really does mean a lot. I think the reason why the show resonates with people who may not be interested in starting their own business necessarily is because it's not a roadmap for how to start a business. I mean, it can be. And it certainly is very useful. And if you don't have an MBA, it's a great free alternative. But it's also a way to think. It's also a show that hopefully kind of teaches you how to think creatively and how to solve problems. And so for people who work for big companies or who are working in marketing or who are working in sales or who are just like going for a run and need like an extra boost of like, oh my God, this person's doing this crazy thing. That's really what I want the show to be. I want it to be this inspiring show that also reminds people that some of these huge brands and the people behind them, they're not superheroes. They're just like you. They are just like you. And they have gone through some really challenging times and moments. And one of the ways that they are giving back is by really going deep and showing their vulnerability and taking us along that journey. And I want people to share that journey because I want people to understand that you are no different. And I'm only telling their story because they took the leap. And you can too. You can too.
It really is a show about vulnerability. And what I love about the conversations is you get founders that we normally see, keynote speaking on stage or even in traditional media interviews. And they're very buttoned up. They're very PR driven. They understand anything they say is going to impact share value, et cetera. And yet you're able to create these really deep moments of connection and vulnerability and hear a side of the story that we don't often hear in building the business. How do you get your guests to feel safe enough to open up when many of their traditional interviews go a complete opposite direction?
I mean, part of it, AJ, to be honest, is to do something really counterintuitive. The way PR and communications specialists deal with the media is really needs to be disrupted, and it's ripe for disruption. And anybody listening to this who wants to get into that industry, there are lots of opportunities to disrupt it because the traditional approach is you go to a media outlet or a show and you say, my client is available to talk about this, and that. These are all the 10 amazing things about them. And like Forbes 30 under 30 and, Nobel Prize winner at 17 and whatever, all these accolades. Right. And they're pitching by and large in an old school way to like the morning network news shows that we're going to give them 4 minutes or 3 minutes, right? It's very different now, especially with podcasts. And I am not looking to have somebody come on for an hour and just talk about all their successes. Not because I'm not proud of them and I want to cheer them on. It's just boring. Who wants to hear about somebody's success for an hour? It's not that interesting. What you want to do is you want to hear from somebody who has achieved success, but you want to hear about the failures that they experienced along the way because that's when you actually learn. And what I do is it's a combination of things. I explain that to people before they come on the show, and I always say, look, we don't want to force you to come on the show. We don't want to beg anybody to come on the show. We want you to come on the show with a sense of generosity. And we want you to come on the show knowing that what you're doing is a public service. We don't charge for the show. It's a public radio program. It's your opportunity to really go deep into your life. We will do a lot of research to make sure that it is accurate. And it's as simple as that. And what happens inevitably is that the people who come on the show, they have agreed to that. We do get pitched. And I was just pitched an incredibly big major founder. And I wrote back to the person's communications specialist and I said, I would love to interview this person. I am absolutely fascinated by this person's story, but I want you to understand that my one condition for this person appearing on the show is there are no conditions. And if you're okay with that, and if your person is okay with that, let's do it. But if not, that's okay. Let's part as friends. And that's basically what we do.
So getting that buy-in beforehand and obviously doing deep research beforehand, coming in prepared helps. But of course, in these moments of vulnerability, there's going to be, especially in the exact moment, there's going to be some reticence, some, I'm not sure I want to be this vulnerable. I'm not sure I want to open up. And obviously with your vast interview experience, what have you learned about conversation to get beyond that trite, practice, scripted, bullet point interview that many of these founders give?
I think it's relatability. Let me give you an example. I have been very lucky over the last, I would say, 10 years of my life to be able to informally work and advise younger people who are experiencing depression. Why is that? Because I experienced it when I was younger in a very deep and difficult and painful way. That experience in my life, as difficult as it was, and as at times not sure whether I would actually get through it, was a blessing because it actually opened up all these channels of empathy. It basically said, hey, you know what it feels like to be at a rock bottom low point. You have a memory in your mind of lying on the floor of your bedroom, the cold tile floor, not wanting to get up. You have memories of not shaving or, showering for days, not leaving your apartment in your early 20s. I have those memories. I know what that feels like. That has helped me be a better communicator to young people who are going through that, because so many younger people feel embarrassed and they don't know how to connect with people. They don't know how to explain it. And so what I have been able to do is to share my experiences. And oftentimes when you share your experiences, people are more willing to share theirs. And so I think it's often a matter of just being relatable, and having a conversation rather than just a one-way interview.
It was something that you said earlier about being able to adventure in and discover and learn about human behavior. And for a lot of young people, they don't have the experiences to understand all the different aspects that come into play for human behavior, especially the dark side of human nature and the faults of the human brain, where it lacks capacity. We see the skyscrapers, we see the unbelievable companies that have been built, but there is not a better way to showcase the dark side or our inadequacies than telling those stories. And those stories are going to, for us to have a better understanding of human nature, gives us a better understanding of each other and what it's going to take to lift each other.
I did an interview with the founder of Lush Cosmetics, Mark Constantine. And he built an incredibly successful business. And it's a great story. Started in the UK, and he really, he's not educated. He went to, formally educated, but he went to study, hairdresser school, and he really grinded, and kind of, it took him a long time to build this business up. And in the course of the interview, he talked about how early in his career he had a job, and then he just kind of said, and then I wasn't happy. And I went to London, and then I just hung out there I went to Bristol or wherever. He went to Bournemouth, south of England, and just hung out there for a while. And he kept talking. I said, wait, stop for a sec. I said, you just left a job. we just spent the last 10 minutes talking about this job for 3 years, and then you just left it and went to Bournemouth. And then I said, what happened? He said, I just wasn't happy there. Something happened. Something was going on. What was it? Well, I wasn't feeling up to it. I said, it sounds to me like you had some anxiety going on. And he just broke open into this story about actually how he's dealt with anxiety his whole life and still does. And it's so powerful because somebody hearing that can say to themselves, holy, right? Like the founder of Lush Cosmetics that I see in every city and every airport has anxiety challenges. Like this person who is on every level successful, has like plenty of money, but has a healthy, stable family. His kids work for the business. It's so important for people to talk about that because everybody, behind every single person you see, like I think there's a quote I saw recently, and it's a great quote, and I'm sure I'm mangling it, but it's something like, every single person you see is struggling with something that you don't see. And I love that idea because if we could all approach, it's like, do you remember that speech that David Foster Wallace gave, that famous graduation speech at Kenyon College, where he's like, you're standing in line behind the lady, she's with her kid, she's taking forever, like you're in a rush. She's like, well, what if she has like getting chemo? Like, what if she's what if she's actually on her way to her doctor to get chemo? Like, what if she's, barely hanging on? Like, it's all these things it's very hard for us humans to think that way. But if we could, in a small way, adjust the way we think about other people, it could go a long way to making us more empathetic and kinder. And so in a small way, I'm trying to do that with these stories by going to those darker places.
Now, I want to explore a little bit your journey through depression, because I know some members in our audience are feeling that way right now, especially the younger members who are going through this intense adversity that is COVID and the uncertainty around work. How did you power through your struggle with depression? And was there some key takeaways that you would love to impart to our listeners who may be feeling that same way?
I mean, I'll start, of course, with the usual thing that I always say to people I talk to, which is I am not a medical expert, and I'm not a professional, and I really do trust professionals, and I trust in science. Look, I grew up in a family where where mental health was not seen as a serious thing. This is not abnormal. A lot of people probably have that experience where, when you get the flu or you get bronchitis, that's an illness. But when you are feeling depressed, that's just self-indulgence, right? What do you have to be sad about? And I understand where that comes from. Certainly from my parents' generation, who were born shortly after World War II and immigrated to America and had to contend with a lot of challenges. Like, what do you have to be sad about? You have everything. We had nothing. I understand that. We live in a very strange. We've structured our society in a very strange way, right? When you are, for the most part, if you grow up in a relatively secure and stable home environment with at least one parent, you know what's coming next year. It's going to be second grade or third grade, and then middle school. You're going to go to ninth and 10th. You're going to go to high school. And then if you're going to go to college, you're going to go to college, and everyone's cheering you on. Most people are saying, "You got this. Go to college," and then you get to college and you find your identity there. A lot of us first find our identities there. Like we experiment in college. We listen to new music. We experiment with ideas. We join clubs. We become known for doing something. Whether it's organizing an event or being part of a debate or organizing a protest or being an activist. And then that's your identity. Oh, there's AJ. He's like really into animal welfare, he's or whatever it might be. And then you graduate from college. And then there's no safety net. There's no next year. You've had 18 years where everything was proscribed and everyone's like, you got this, go. And then you're on your own. Add that to the swirling chemicals of mush in the brain of a person between the age of 20 and 29, and you've got the perfect storm for depression, anxiety. It's a connection. It's the sort of the intersection of how we structure society and our biology. You know, and I don't think our biology has changed. I think 200 years ago, people between 20 and 29 had those chemicals, but we didn't have the other factors. So, like, 300 years ago, you're 20, you're working on the farm, you're starting a family. And your life is probably going to end at like 45. So you're already like middle aged. So it was different. Now we contend with a whole range of challenges. And so I think this is my very unscientific theory, but I think there's something to it. And I think that's what happened in my case. And I think that's what happens in the case of a lot of younger people. And I think that it's exacerbated today because everything is online. I mean, I look at my children who are 9 and 11. They're obsessed with likes on their YouTube channel,
Yeah.
or their TikTok channel. They'll ask me, Daddy, how many likes did you get on your Instagram post? And I'm like, I don't care, even though secretly I kind of do. But I say, you know what I mean? And so all of our public lives are these like perfectly crafted images of who we are. This Facebook, Instagram version of our lives where even in a pandemic, people still kind of, they're not going to post a picture of themselves on Instagram where they're lying on the bathroom floor crying in the fetal position.
Right.
Hey, everybody, I'm really depressed. So I think that's sort of some context to where I was and where a lot of people are at that point in their lives. Here's what helped me. What helped me was a good friend who is still my dearest friend to this day, who recognized that in me and who helped me get treatment. And in my case, I went on antidepressants for a few years. Now, I will say that there's a lot of different scientific debate over SSRIs, their effectiveness. There's been some really great studies about whether it's the placebo effect or whether these medications actually work. I can't speak to that because I don't have the scientific background. But I will say that in my case, whether it was a placebo effect or not, taking mild antidepressants for a few years really did help me. It made me feel like I could actually get through the day. And really, as with many of these things, the passage of time has made it easier to manage. Depression, anxiety, they don't ever go away. It's like any other challenge in life. You will have it. It will come back. But what I found in my life, now I'm in my 40s, it becomes more manageable. I've gone through periods of depression and anxiety during this pandemic. We're all alone. We're dealing with a very scary health crisis, a scary economic crisis. We're shut in. We can't see our friends. We can't see our loved ones. We can't go to funerals of people we love. There's environmental, catastrophes, hurricanes and wildfires and crazy storms. And here we are. I mean, it's a scary time, and we're living in a really politically fraught moment. What I find is that as I've gotten older, it's become more manageable. So when these things happen, they happen. I can recognize them, and I can do things now that really do help me. I mean, the reality is, and I'm going on so long. I'm sorry, guys.
Not at all.
You didn't know that I'm an endless talker, so forgive me. But what I find is that now there are some very simple and obvious tricks that we all know. There's no secret to happiness. The secret to happiness is exercise. Make sure to find time for yourself, whether that's meditation or reading. Try your best to think about things you're grateful for, and try to eat well, and there's a better chance that you will be okay. And in my case, I try to do those things. It's not always easy.
Right.
But now that I'm older, I can recognize the signs when it comes on. And so it makes it more manageable for me to take action.
The three things that you brought up there, the eating healthy, make sure you're getting exercise, getting proper sleep, and being cognizant of your mood swings and triggers and things that might bring on that anxiety. For any of our clients, anytime that they come in, one of the first things that we are having them look at are those three things. I think those things have somehow gotten lost in the shuffle with all the technology that we have, where they're not that sexy to talk about. They're not that fun. Who wants to talk about counting macros? If that's what you have to do to be happy, but those things put together a foundation that allows you to enjoy and maximize your enjoyment for the rest of the day, for everything else that comes along, and helps you manage anything that comes along that is going to trigger you, that is going to cause depression or anxiety.
And I think you brought up something that, many of us don't even realize. And when we take a look back at history, 200 years ago, there was comparison, certainly, but not to the degree that there is now. Everything is quantifiable, from likes to going on Zillow to seeing your neighbor's square footage down to the last foot. Like, everything is quantified as technology has continued to grow into a bigger part of our lives. And I think that's certainly driving a lot of the anxiety that we're feeling, because there's more choices than ever. There's more uncertainty, it feels like, than ever. And there's that concern, what if I make the wrong choice? And I just want to go into that initial decision or discussion and conversation around actually seeking professional help, because I think a lot of people view that as a difficult choice and view it almost as a weakness if I have to seek someone else to solve this for myself. And obviously that conversation that you had with your friend encouraged you to take that step, and we talked about the result of that. But what was it like in that moment initially of, like, even thinking about, hey, I need some help in this matter?
Very hard. Very hard. Very, very hard, because I had no experience with it. And I was embarrassed. Even to the point where I was like, God, what if somebody saw me in the waiting room that knew me? What if I ran into, things like that, and really it was a matter of just coming to the realization that I had to. I had to, or else things get bad, really bad, much, much worse. But it is really important to try and talk to people about it and see if you can get people who you trust who can help you, because that is key. I mean, there's a real sense of loneliness and isolation, and it can get worse in the midst of a depression, and that can exacerbate it. It's like this. It's like a kind of a repeat cycle. Once it starts, it gets worse and worse. And so it's really important to kind of break out of that by talking to people and by finding people that you trust, that you can just talk to them about it.
And certainly there is risk involved. And you talked about calculating that risk. What if I see someone I know in the waiting room? How is this going to impact me? And I think a big part of the lessons in your book talks about the risk that entrepreneurs are willing to take. And for many of us, those risks are too great. The leap is too big. And we look up and aspire to be a better risk taker. But what have you learned about the risk part of the equation and succeeding with a business idea that is risky?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? There's the adage that without risk, there's no reward. And to some extent, and to a large extent, that's true. You do have to take some risk in life if you're going to be rewarded. And it could be something like the risk of going to that party and meeting that person who's going to change your life. Or it could be the risk of, agreeing to have lunch with a person who becomes hugely important. I mean, risk doesn't mean going to the bank, withdrawing all of your money and putting it on number 9 on the roulette table. That's not risk. That's stupidity, right? Risk is really is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, but you can do it safely. So, for example, in the book I talk about Jim Koch. Jim Koch founded Boston Beer Company, Sam Adams. He had this very safe, stable job at Boston Consulting Group, but he wasn't happy. He was making a lot of money. He had kids, he had a mortgage, but he was really deeply unhappy. He felt like he needed to build something himself. But he was scared to do it. He was scared to leave all of those comforts and that stability. So he did it slowly. On nights and weekends, he kind of started to plot out what a beer company would look like until he really had a working plan in place. It was still risky, and he saved his money, and he didn't burn his bridges. So when he went to his bosses and said he was leaving, he made sure that they said, listen, if you need to come back, we'd love to have you back. And he went and he started this business, and it was a slow burn. It took him a couple of years before he got to profitability. Today, it's the biggest craft brewer beer in the country.
And his family really doubted him. I think that was a big part of that story.
Doubted him. His dad said, "Are you nuts?" And that's important. Is that was a risk, but he mitigated the risk. Almost every entrepreneur, almost every single one I've interviewed, they mitigate their risks. The stakes are high, yes, but the biggest risk that pretty much every entrepreneur takes is the risk of just feeling bad about failing. Most of the time they don't. They do it in such a way where they can recover from it. They can go back to a job, or they don't spend all of their money on it. They seek out outside funding. But by and large, risk is an inherent part of the game. But really, it's how we define risk. Risk is not jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. Risk is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, is saying to yourself, you know what, I can actually do this. I can start a business. Because a lot of us don't think of ourselves that way. We don't think of ourselves as entrepreneurs. We think that guy's an entrepreneur, or that person is. I'm just, I work for a company, or I'm a lawyer, or whatever it is I am. But the reality is that there is no real difference between the people who start businesses and the people who don't. I mean, the only difference is that they do. The people who start businesses do. They make the leap. Everybody listening to this, okay, or watching this, has had a great idea. I guarantee you, every person watching this has been in line at a coffee house or whatever, and saw some inefficiency and thought, I wish that they had this. Or you're like in some store and you're looking at, I don't know, a rack of jeans, and you're like, I wish that they organized it, or they had this, or it was like this. Those are all business ideas. Those are all problems that probably need to be solved. I also guarantee you that people watching this have had ideas in their minds that they thought somebody needs to solve this, and it has been solved now. Like, a year or two later, they're in Walmart and they're like, oh my God, that was my idea 5 years ago. Somebody's done this. Well, the answer is you can do it. You can do it. You just have to take a little bit of risk, but you have to mitigate the risk on the path to solving that problem.
That brings up the other R that in our entrepreneurial journey I have weighed more, which is regret. And what you speak of having that great idea and watching someone else turn it into a success and have that ability, that chance to take the leap, but not, when we look back over time, that regret is far scarier to me than the risk, especially when you're taking the steps to mitigate it.
I agree. I mean, regret to me is scarier than risk, much scarier. It was scarier to Jim Cook, the regret of waking up at age 65 and saying, God, did I waste my life? The fact of the matter is, you can do this. And the other thing I would say is, you can do this at any phase in your life. I mean, there's a myth about entrepreneurs that they're all in their early 20s eating ramen and living in group houses. The fact of the matter is, the average business in America, the average first-time entrepreneur is 40 years old. That means that half are over 40 and half are under 40. One of the craziest stories we did on how I built this was Bob's Red Mill. Bob's Red Mill is one of the biggest producers of flours and grains, and you go to the grocery store, there's a whole section of Bob's Red Mill. He started that at age 53. He was broke. He moved to Oregon to become a pastor. He was in Bible school, and he always loved milling his own flour. He was just one of these people, right? And he saw an old mill up for sale, and it was really cheap, and he and his wife were like, let's do it. I can still be a pastor on the side. I still can still read the Bible. And he bought this red mill, and that was the beginning of Bob's Red Mill, now a billion-dollar company. I mean, it's totally crazy.
A big part that I took away from the book, and you mentioned this earlier, is this pressure we put on ourselves in our 20s, right? That Forbes 30 under 30 list. And we look and we compare all these other seemingly overnight successes and these young entrepreneurs that, Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, that reach unicorn status in their 20s. But to your point, they are the rarity. Most of the businesses that we come to rely on, that we love, that we use on a daily basis, they're someone's fourth, fifth, sixth entrepreneurial go. They are not their first idea. In fact, a lot of these businesses have pivoted. And I think there's the overcoming of adversity. And every single person you've interviewed has faced tremendous adversity in their entrepreneurial journey. What are the mindsets that you've encountered that have allowed them to face down that adversity and not quit when many others would give up on that idea?
I think it is a learned trait. And I think there are a couple of factors that make it easier. I mean, the first is that you have to have an unshakable belief in your idea. And most people do. Most of us do, right? If you believe that your idea has to be out in the world, and that if you cannot make it happen, then it won't happen at all. If you believe that, it is very hard to step away from it. The other factor is starting a business with a co-founder, having a partner with you, because invariably one of you will be down and one of you will be up. And it's just the way it works, that when you're feeling really low, the other person's like, we got this. We got this. It sucks. This is horrible. I know it seems like the world's collapsing around us, but we've got this. We've come this far. We're going to be okay. And that, in every case where I've interviewed business with co-founders, that's been a key factor. It's been really important. I think that there's huge value in starting a business with somebody else for the very simple reason that they are, they're going to be there when you need them.
Just also having a different perspective as well helps out so much. Certainly, AJ and I do not think the same. We come from radically different schoolings and thought processes, and we have very much different perspectives. And it has helped us tremendously in being able to look at problems, just having his view. I'm like, oh, I've been looking at this problem for a week and didn't even think about that. And all of a sudden, new doors have opened up in how to handle it.
There's no question. Having a co-founder or co-founders, a group of people with diverse viewpoints, is a huge advantage. It's a huge net advantage for most. In fact, I talk about this in the book, which is Paul Graham, the famous investor and founder of Y Combinator. He talks, this is one of his principal rules, co-founder. He looks for companies with a co-founder. And I think that's super, super crucial. But, on this idea of resilience and perseverance, it takes a lot of work. It's very hard. It's very easy to give up. What's hard is to keep going. What I've learned from all of these entrepreneurs is early on in their careers or early on in their journeys, whether they started in their 20s or in their 40s, they had some experience in their life that exposed them to rejection, a lot of rejection. And that experience of being exposed to rejection actually steeled themselves, gave them an extra layer of skin to deal with and absorb all of the rejection that they would then face building the business and sustaining the business, because building a business is basically a journey of rejection. A lot of people will say, this cannot be done. I'm not going to give you money. Who's going to give you money? This is stupid. Or they might be polite and just say, no, I'm not interested. But you will hear that a lot. I want to sell you my product. No, I'm not interested. You have to be able to withstand the no's, because eventually those no's will turn to yeses. And that's super crucial. And a lot of people who have built successful businesses started out in sales because if you are selling something door to door over the phone, inevitably you will hear no. And a lot of younger people say, what should I do when I leave college? And I say, go get a job in sales for a year or two. Just go get a job in sales and have a bunch of people tell you to get off their property, because that will help you when it comes time for you to actually have the nerve and the strength to build a business.
For myself, I was in the music business before I had gotten involved with AJ in building the Art of Charm, and the amount of defeats or driving 8 hours to a gig only for 5 people to be in the room when you've been having your hopes being built up for that 8-hour trip, or sending out all of your records for somebody to listen to, and spending all of your time trying to promote a show in your hometown to have your 3 friends show up and they go, it's all right. Like, it's certainly, but it is as awful as all that might sound. You're absolutely right, because it has helped me in tremendous respects to putting out content, feeling okay about it, not second guessing, not sitting on it, terrified to put it out. Because if I had already gotten used to criticism in my 20s through just performing.
I feel many of these business success stories that we're talking about here come down to relationships and your ability to build relationships, whether it's finding a VC to invest in your idea, finding team members to join that culture and work for you, opportunities to partner and find that co-founder, or even just networking to grow your brand. And what are your tips when it comes to connecting and building relationships that lead to success in your life?
I think in terms of finding a co-founder, it's really, and we talk about this a lot on the show, and I ask co-founders this question, like, what is it about the other person that attracted you? And invariably, you get the same version of this answer, which is they had just different skill sets and interests. I mean, I liked them. I knew I could get along with them. Like there was chemistry, but more importantly, we were just interested in different things. And I love that idea because we're naturally attracted to people who are interested in the same things. Whether if you're in the music industry, you're going to hang out with music industry people. If you're in, sports and whatever it is, right? A lot of journalists hang out with journalists. I really encourage people to do what they can, everything they can, to seek out not just people, but also ideas that they're not naturally attracted to. I try to, and I don't always do this well, but I really do try to force myself to read things that I wouldn't normally go to. If I'm reading like a journal or a magazine, and there's an article about, some article about politics, I'm interested in it. I want to read it. But if there's an article about like a poet or poetry, I will read it. I don't always understand it. I don't always love it, but I try and expose myself to different ideas. And one of the ways we do it on the show is by talking to people from industries that I'm not naturally knowledgeable about or that interested in. We do a lot of cosmetics. I don't wear cosmetics. I'm not naturally interested in them, but I have become interested in cosmetics over the years because I've learned about the business and the industry, and it is endlessly fascinating.
It is fascinating.
And so my feeling is that if you can expose yourself to people and ideas that aren't normally in your wheelhouse, it's only going to work to your advantage. You will only benefit and gain from that.
I agree so much.
And I've felt this pattern in a few interviews with co-founders, and it was really expressed in the book, The Guys Behind Method. You have an extrovert and an introvert. And you kind of need that balance of, okay, someone is going to go inside to problem solve and to figure out what's going on. But also someone else needs to go outside and win people over and use that extroversion to the business's advantage. Is that a pattern that you've seen in co-founders where they have that sort of opposite style in their communication?
Yes, 100%. And also, their preferences in that area. Like, I mean, one of you guys is slightly more extroverted than the other one. I think Johnny is more extroverted.
You are spot on.
You just, it's your natural kind of comfort zone. You like to kind of be around people, and AJ, takes you a little bit more time, right, to warm up to people. And I can tell that. And that's how I'm actually an introverted person too. Even though I do this public job and I have live shows in pre-COVID times, it's just my natural kind of state of being. I think that having those different personality traits are just hugely advantageous. Especially when you are not only building the business, but presenting the business to people. Because you can always, it's a constant balancing act. In a business, there are always going to be times where one co-founder is going to be, you're going to lean on that co-founder, and the other times you're going to lean on the other one, and back and forth. And having that balance and that ability to kind of lean a little bit more one way or the other is crucial. I mean, building a business is a marathon. It is a really long marathon, and it doesn't end even once you've achieved flight. I mean, you guys have a business. Once you've achieved success, you don't just throw up. You're not just sitting in a vault of money and throwing it up in the air. It's really hard work. Once you hit cruising altitude, there's even more work to do.
And exactly, that definition of success changes, right?
Correct.
When we look back to what success was 15 years ago, we've far surpassed it, but we wouldn't call ourselves successful today because you're constantly reorienting to that new level of success.
I agree.
Now, you ask every guest whether luck or skill and hard work accounts for their success. And early on in my career, I would have jumped to say hard work. And it's the skills that set me apart. As we've gone longer in our entrepreneurial journey, and we like to joke, had 9 lives already, and we've had co-founders and lost co-founders, all that process. I think luck is a very big part of our success. And I wonder what you've learned about luck versus skill in the pursuit of success and asking all of your guests that question.
I mean, I know it's a binary question I ask, but the reality is I'm not looking for one or the other answer. And it doesn't have to be either of those things. It can be anything, really. It's just kind of a device to give somebody a chance to reflect on their journey and why they think it happened. I think in every case, for everybody, luck passes them by. There's something that happens. I was interviewing Jamie Siminoff, the founder of Ring, a couple weeks ago, and he told me a story about this moment in his entrepreneurial journey when he was at a really low point. His business Doorbot, which was the precursor to Ring, was doing really badly. They were close to bankruptcy. He was feeling like a failure. He had not really had any successful businesses yet. And a friend of his called him and said, "Hey, I've got a friend. He's an entrepreneur. He's looking to talk to another entrepreneur about his business idea. Would you have lunch with him? You're the only entrepreneur I know." And Jamie was reluctant, but he's like, fine. And he goes and meets this guy for lunch in Hollywood. And he's just like not psyched about it. And it's annoying. And he goes to this lunch and the guy tells him his stupid idea and Jamie's listening to it. And he's being very friendly and he gives the guy advice and feedback. And he's doing his best he can to be supportive. And right before they leave the lunch, the guy's like, "Oh, what are you working on, by the way?" He's like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just this doorbell that is like a video doorbell, but it's not really going anywhere." He's like, "That sounds like an amazing idea, dude. You should put that on Shark Tank." And he's like, "Well, yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go on Shark Tank. How am I going on Shark Tank?" The guy goes, "Oh, my friend's a producer on it. I'll get you his contact." That lunch changed his life. That's luck. That experience going on Shark Tank changed his business. It wouldn't be a $1 billion company today, if it wasn't for that experience. So there are always going to be lucky breaks. We're always going to work hard. But hard work is par for the course. There is no business in history that wasn't built with hard work. Not a single one. And by the way, waiters and waitresses and construction workers and gardeners work a lot harder than people in offices. So hard work alone isn't enough to become successful. It's a combination of hard work and luck and what you choose to do with that luck.
Absolutely. And we love to ask all of our guests, what is your X factor? So we think and believe that an X factor is when a mindset unlocks a skill set for you to see something in yourself that you didn't believe was possible to help you achieve success.
My X factor is my developed skill of curiosity. I have chosen to be curious. I believe anybody can make that choice. I think curiosity is much more important and interesting than intelligence. I think it's much more valuable than intelligence. I think intelligence is overrated. I am curious because I wake up and I choose to be curious. It's not always easy. Sometimes I'm exposing myself to things that are really boring, but that curiosity has enabled me to learn about things that I wouldn't know anything about. It's helped me to grow intellectually. It's helped me to be a better interviewer, to have better conversations, to be a better entrepreneur. And I think that is my X factor. And I think anybody can have that X factor if they choose it. It's just a choice.
Well, that leads us to our weekly challenge. And I think many in our audience struggle with that curiosity component. When we talk about conversational concerns and issues and struggles, I think one of the bedrock foundational parts of any conversation is that curiosity. And if you're finding that conversations have awkward silence or you're stuck in boring small talk, it's in large part because you're not utilizing that skill of curiosity. So how could we challenge our listeners to develop that skill like you developed it yourself?
It's really, really easy. You just have to choose it. You just have to decide one day. I mean, think about this. Everybody watching this at one point in their lives was a child who would walk down the sidewalk and look at caterpillars and bugs and be endlessly fascinated by them. Would look at the stars and say, "Oh my God, how far is that? Can we go there?" You know, would ask questions about the moon. When was the last time anybody watching this just stopped and looked at a star and said, "My God, that's 5 light years away. We will never get there. That closest star, it'll take 20, 30,000 years to get there." You know, it's so simple. We all have it. We just stop engaging with it as we become older and more cynical and more, focused on the narrow things that we have to focus on. It's about reclaiming what we are born with. We are born with curiosity. Children from a very early age are born with it. Go to any 4-year-old. It's an endless litany of questions because that's how we're wired as humans. We are hardwired to be curious. And so it's just a matter of choosing to do it and choosing to reclaim it. It is as simple as that.
Thank you so much for joining us, Guy. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit down with you. And Johnny and I have enjoyed not only the book, but your show immensely, and the lessons that we've learned along the way in our entrepreneurial journey has shined through in so many of those conversations that you've had with your guests. And we really appreciate you coming on and taking the time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate your support with the book.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of this seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index, to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. Of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools, if appropriate, to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but didn't look as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions, and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I'll be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to this scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited. And I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions. For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should you already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor, so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear you well.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again. And thank you also for, in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, have played, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro, is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
No. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the conference on the future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a 1-day, 2-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement with the citizens, would be interested in meeting with these citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence. In when it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to an implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
How to elevate your style. Classy summer outfits for 2022. I've collated my top tips to help you achieve chic and classy summer outfits for 2022. And hopefully you'll find these tips really helpful and easy to integrate into your own outfit ideas, no matter what your personal style actually is or your budget. When it comes to creating a cohesive and elevated look, high quality basics are a must, while showpieces and statement garments add pops of drama and interest. Your outfit will just fall flat if your basics aren't up to par. Here you can see that I'm wearing a pretty basic yet really timeless outfit. But because that vest top has been made from a beautiful ribbed cotton, and because those white jeans have just got the best fit, the whole outfit looks really elevated and put together. You should never underestimate the power of having great staple pieces in your own wardrobe. I always spend more time curating my basics than shopping for hero pieces. Key options I focus on would be blazers, blouses, and tailored trousers. And in winter, of course, a beautiful coat. When you own these pieces in neutral colours, in the most premium quality materials that you can afford, you'll find they will last for years and really make up the building blocks of most of your looks. Do you stop and think about fabric composition before you buy? I think a lot of us have become so aware of not only where our clothes are made, but also what they've been made from. I know that I've become slightly obsessive about checking the fabric labels, but I really want to know what is in my garment. Is it going to irritate my skin? Is it going to really last? And is it going to bobble and look awful within about 6 months' time? Choosing sustainable or premium fabrics instantly elevates your style. A cotton blouse will not only feel different from a synthetic blouse, but it will look different too. You can often tell the difference between the two fibres just from the way that they drape, and then this in turn leaves you looking more polished. I think my favourites at the moment would be organic cotton. I really love Ecovero and Econyl for swimwear. But do let me know if you've heard of any new and wonderful fabrics coming out there that are really sustainable. Don't know if you remember, but last year we talked about a new faux leather that was actually made from cactus leaves, which I thought was amazing. So if you've heard of anything new and up and coming in terms of sustainable fabrics, do let me know about that too. Now, not only is this blouse so very pretty for summer, but it's also been made from embroidered organic cotton. I went true to size with the UK 10, and I would say that the fit is perfect. I really try and focus on investing in those pieces that will stand the test of time. And this then leaves me with a really timeless wardrobe that looks elevated all year round, no matter what the current trends might be. Now, while I'm thinking about beautiful yet affordable compositions, I have a couple of lovely new pieces in from Lulu's that I really wanted to share with you all. This portion of the video has very kindly been sponsored, and as always, all selections and opinions are my own. So I knew I really wanted to be considerate about the compositions that I add in to my own wardrobe. So I actually searched Lulu's website via the fabric content that I was after. And thinking of summer, linen was where I headed first, which is where I found this beautiful set. Now, I needed a new skirt for summer, and to have something as a matching set feels really on trend, yet very elevating at the same time. On top of a really lovely blend of fabric, this set only retails at $89, so about £70, which I thought was very, very reasonable. So I've paired my new camel sandals with this look, made from leather with that very simple, elegant design. I think they polish off this outfit perfectly. Then I chose a sprinkle of colour for my wardrobe. Bit of a shock, I know. But I saw this bright blue shade, the feminine cut of this dress, and the fact that it's been made from a blend of linen, and I just had to add it to basket. I must admit, I do feel really nice in this dress. I love how it fits across the chest, and although it is more fitted, it's still got a bit of wiggle room across the hips. It's a lovely dress for my summer holidays. And last but not least, I headed for my favourite embroidery with this very pretty summer top. A unique piece made from 100% cotton that really adds a touch of my personality into my outfit idea. On my feet this time are another new pair of shoes that I chose. They get a tick for the pointed toe, double tick for being mules, and a triple tick for that soft neutral tone. So all round, I've had a wonderful first experience shopping at Lulu's, and I would highly advise that you have a browse of their collection for yourself. I've added a link in the description box below for you to take a look at the end of this video. Now, this might be the most important tip on the list, to me anyway. You could be wearing the most perfectly curated summer outfit, but the look will just miss the mark if it doesn't fit you well. Now, I know it's hard to find clothes tailored to your own body, especially as most of the high street stores seem to be using different measurements for their sizing. But it's so important to wear clothes that really complement and flatter your own shape. So as you can see in this first look, for example, the dress fits like a glove. It really skims over my widest area, which is my hips, but balancing out that shape is the shirt. Simply a classic boyfriend shirt that's just a little bit oversized and feels really relaxed. Now, I've tied it in a knot at my waist just to give me a little bit more definition and that kind of overall hourglass shape. And then that wider shape of the shirt shoulders gives me more width and balances me out overall. I certainly don't have a perfect body, and like most women, I have my own insecurities as well. But I've learned over the years to not get too stressed about it. These days, I just focus on my best parts. I dress for my shape and what makes me feel really nice, and I subtly divert attention away from the areas I don't really want people to focus on. Though I always champion minimalist basics, there's a time and a place for unique pieces in your wardrobe. Looking elevated works well in neutral palettes and tailored shapes, but that's not to say that a pop of colour can't be sophisticated too. Now granted, my pop of colour here is certainly on the minimal side of things, but there's no denying what a unique and I think really beautiful shirt that this is. This is actually a couple of years old now, but as I'm sure you've found yourself, when you find those truly unique pieces made from really beautiful compositions, you can imagine having them in your wardrobe forever. I think the key to nailing a look with a statement piece is to try and opt for the less is more mentality. I find that having those small but perfectly formed details is a really easy way to elevate your style. This is also something we saw at Bottega Veneta's Spring 2022 show. This look seems subtle from a glance thanks to that all-white colour. However, when you're closer up, you can really see the intricate weave details and those cutouts that take the dress from a standard summer option to something far more sophisticated and elevated. I always believe that quality is more important than quantity when it comes to creating the perfect capsule wardrobe. You've probably already noticed throughout this video, but shopping for quality items will always trump buying an awful lot of lower quality picks, and it will really pay off in your outfit ideas too. If you're switching to a sophisticated summer wardrobe, or perhaps you want to make your outfits look more expensive, fabric and material quality are essential. Let's face it, it's far cheaper to buy a whole new wardrobe from fast fashion retailers. But how long will this collection last you? And will these pieces really elevate your style? Here, for example, I'm simply wearing a cotton poplin shirt, and I've paired it with a lovely ecru midi skirt. Now this is actually a look that I shared recently on Instagram, and it's one of my favorites in summer for when I'm wanting to feel a bit more classy and chic. I really shopped around for the highest quality cotton shirt within my own budget. Something I knew would be made to last, and when styled against silk, it makes both pieces stand out for the right reasons. I spend more time thinking about each piece I want to add into my wardrobe, and then I research all these different brands before I decide which piece I'm going to go for. Being an outfit repeater is cool, and I definitely stand by this. Why would you purchase clothes and only wear them once or twice? It seems like the most ridiculous thing to me. I actually can't believe that anyone really does this, except for your wedding dress. Though I have been known to swish around the house in mine from time to time, I think it would be quite a hard look to pull off going for dinner. Each purchase for me is a love affair. Try not to let trend cycles fool you. Repeating looks is very sophisticated, especially when the outfits have been pieced together by hand. Now, when investing in your basics, make sure you really love them before committing to the purchase. If you don't feel amazing in it, it's definitely not worth your pennies. But when you do find something that ticks all of your boxes and really flatters your shape, why would you not wear that on repeat? How many pairs of shoes do you own? Be honest with that one. There was a time in my 20s when I bought more shoes than anything else. It became a bit of a thing. Thankfully, my shopping habits have stabilized somewhat over the last few years, but then I do still have that inner voice trying to convince me that it's not outrageous in the slightest to spend £500 on a pair of shoes. Thankfully, I don't act on that voice too often, otherwise I would have no money left. I do, however, believe that shoes are essential to creating a really cohesive outfit. It's great when your bag, your clothes, your hair and makeup match as one seamless aesthetic. But if you forget to add in the right shoes with that outfit, all the effort could be ruined. It's like having a reliable selection of basics. You should also have a really reliable collection of shoes to go with those outfit ideas. Here you'll have seen I have a new pair of beauties that I've just added into my collection. They're camel, of course, because I can never resist. Strappy for summer, but I think they would work all year as well, particularly for the evening. And I love the block heel, which feels more on trend for this season, and of course very typically French, which is never a bad idea. So I've styled them here with a new pair of straight leg jeans. I've added a turn-up to give it more of a cute kind of girly vibe, but still feeling chic and put together with that pretty blouse on my top half. Shoes don't have to be simple though. One of my favourite shoe brands ever would have to be Aquazzura. Their heels are like a work of art. I absolutely love it. Incredibly out of my budget, I might add, but I do like to have a little window shop at their collection. Just look at those little Bobby Dazzlers. I am not usually one for bling, but I think I would make an exception for those. Maybe like have a really simple, very elegant and tonal outfit, and then just that pop of colour on your shoes. Beautiful. Do let me know what you think in the comment section below, and I'd be really interested to hear as well, what's your limit of what you would spend on a lovely pair of heels? When in doubt, stick to a tonal colour palette. But what does a tonal colour palette actually include? A one column of colour outfit does exactly what it says on the tin, and it mixes different shades and tones and textures for a soft monochrome look. We've recently seen this at various fashion houses for spring/summer 2022. And I think it's a surefire way to really elevate your style. But you don't always have to think of tonal outfits as something for the evening or something really dressed up and complicated. This theory works even with the most casual of outfits. Take this look, for example. Could I look any more cozy? But because they're both made from a really beautiful, soft and cozy cotton, they look more expensive than they actually were. And because I'm in that one column of colour, it gives the illusion of being hugely put together. Another trick I like with super casual looks like this is to just throw a blazer over the top. In this case, when we're thinking of tonal looks, I've opted for navy blue. Suddenly, I've made what is essentially a tracksuit look more elevated. And I must admit, this is definitely one of my go-to school run, in a rush, running out the door looks. It's elevated and put together without trying very hard at all. I really think tonal colour palettes add fluidity throughout the look. Instead of those stark contrasts and clashing colours, similar hues create a much softer feel, especially in browns and blues, beiges, off-whites, etc. Creating tonal outfits is easier than ever when you have a range of beautiful basics in those neutral tones. And you can slowly build up that collection of those similar tones over time as budget allows that will eventually help you achieve this really elevated style. Another vital area to invest is denim. Shopping for jeans often gets a bit of a bad rap, as lots of people don't actually like it. But you're good to go once you've found a perfect pair that really complements your figure. And there's definitely enough out there to choose from. Good denim will last for years. And I always spend more time than I would like to admit researching different jeans brands that are new to the market. My collection is often growing and rarely cold, but in my defense, I do wear them on repeat, so I'm going to forgive myself for that one. Elevated style really starts with elevated choices. I really believe that. Looking elevated isn't just about clothing. I always try and make sure that my beauty and makeup choices mimic the aesthetic that I'm going for with my outfit. Summer is a time to glow, so really try and opt for natural hair and makeup. I know it's become a bit of a trend to have these quite heavy matte bases of foundation, but I must admit I'm not really a fan. I don't have perfect skin in the slightest. I have pigmentation that just won't budge, I've got wrinkles, and of course I get the odd spot. But I do like to see my natural skin peeking through my makeup. A heavy coat of anything on my skin just makes me feel like I'm not me anymore. And when you think about how to elevate your own style, this is one area that I think can make a huge difference. Just embrace the imperfections and go with that natural summer glow. Another critical area to focus on when elevating your style for summer is your handbag. These days, bags come in all shapes, sizes, and textures, so it's easy to be tempted by the latest trend. Now, I do love trend pieces, don't get me wrong, but it is essential to own at least one neutral bag alongside these loud patterns and colors. Now, I personally focus on minimalist designs and neutral palettes when I'm handbag shopping. This ensures that the bag will match a range of different outfits that I already have in my wardrobe, allowing me to just get up and go without worrying about matching my accessories to my look. Beiges, whites, creams, subtle greys are really great colors to explore. Black, of course, is a great option if you want something that's going to match pretty much all of your different outfits. but I personally always prefer those softer tones, particularly for the summer months. Of course, these tips are a general rule of thumb, and some rules are just made to be broken. If there's one tip you should remember, however, it's to always focus on fit and fabrics in summer, but ultimately really try and listen to that inner voice. You know when you feel nice in something, so try and embrace that. All important ingredients for achieving that elusive, elevated style. I really hope you've enjoyed my styling tips on how you can elevate your style. As always, I would love to hear from you all in the comment section below. Or maybe you've come up with your own formula for the perfect classy summer outfit that you'd like to share with the other subscribers. It's always really lovely hearing from you all, so do get in touch. I often see subscribers chatting and sharing tips amongst themselves, and it's really wonderful to see what a lovely community we've created on this channel. If you like this video and you're not already, I would love you to subscribe to my channel, and I'm always grateful for a thumbs up too. I post videos once a week on a Sunday, but I'm always here and up for a chit chat, or perhaps if you need some styling tips, please do ask away. Have a wonderful week, everyone, and I shall see you on.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, and then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now? By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, You found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number 4, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from, but now we need some place to sell it on, and that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number 6, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number 7, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists, although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number 8 will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exists, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number 9, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question, maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers, because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model. It's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? what types of variations do you have here, different colors, different sizes, and so forth, and look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on, and this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas. And also, of course, our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now, there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially closed products, for you to sell and resell, and we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on, and the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth, but those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store, and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you're a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number, for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now, this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your supplier's websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your supplier's websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment. And this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to autods.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're going to sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the supplier's page, and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case, I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on View Details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now, this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still two promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is promoted listings, and the second is promoted listings advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay pay-per-click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is promoted listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that, eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube, and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature in eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses, an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons, set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again, 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you're trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page. Here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm going to get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Care Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you've fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's, gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter, and we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags, and if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags, so it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. The supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the product's URL up here, delete this draft and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the product's images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the drafts to the product section of my store and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now the import process has already finished, so as you can see here, uploaded on April 4th, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation which was already added. They're both available, they're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them, or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today, but I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now these aren't the only closed dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 closed dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping closed suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database. Meaning, if you're gonna add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know, it'll give you a little warning, and from there you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue, so most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All 3 are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're gonna add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell, and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now, things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic. So once again, you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very, very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition, and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration, and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step in your e-commerce business.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back, and I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, you know, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. You know, it's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
That really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic, and I say to myself in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially. We master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already, sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protected. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening. I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, well, I think actually this is quite general. Like, it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I forgot, I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like, I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like, hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like, what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there is a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like, if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good, and so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now they say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like, maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive. Mm-hmm. And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be, and someone who's like, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think, to me, like, that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone, and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so.
I
I would
don't
love
think
to
I
hear
did.
it.
I don't
Yeah.
think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this, it was when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. You know, I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. You know, the person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is at this point in my career, when I do presentations and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music, it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality.
Mm-hmm.
When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like, I was very sure. I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really, really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was
Yeah,
so long.
so I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's what I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of came unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people, I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say, if I was them, I would have done everything they did? Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger, and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like, we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like, I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry, and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently. But they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system, you're in your amygdala, and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. Once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible because it's funny because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go, you just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. When if we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately, it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during like, anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to like let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options. Whether that is like, giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, I don't know, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. We start an argument, and after we eat, we go, "What were we mad about?" We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus, and that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys could see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, I go, "Oh, she's scary." She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the fool on the mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the fool on the mountain. And before we judge this fool on the mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that fool on the mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, it'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. Mm-hmm. And that's why during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. To take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. you heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Ah, rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you use, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe is going to say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought like people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. But like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swim, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's a matter of doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work, and I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti, for everything. Really.
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, yeah, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing. And I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, I've probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book. Where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly masters and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like, I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, yeah, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear next in the comment section, or you can get in touch through email at Monica.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people. You may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. There's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make, and every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment, initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird because it's one of those things that to define is really...
I think, there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions,
right,
recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people, and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we know we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them, that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room. And it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now, that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training, but most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just
Yeah.
you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and, you know, with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards? And he said, if I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see. And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us. So, you know, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting, because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, you know, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, you know, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, you know, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, you know, training and development, been able to, you know, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh no, that's too far, or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I mean, I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better.
Right.
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects? Then there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted
I think it's
profession.
common, full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
Exactly. It can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders, I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning, because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously, because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
That's
that
fascinating. And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into the leadership role in your business is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Hi, my name is Selena Santiago, and this past January I did a research field period project on emotional intelligence in law enforcement. My main purpose of this project was to research what emotional intelligence was and how it could be applied to law enforcement, as well as the characteristics of officers with high emotional intelligence versus low emotional intelligence. And I also looked into the training and perceptions of law enforcement to see how, if an increase in EQ training, if it's needed, could benefit the other officers. Now, emotional intelligence has also been referred to as EQ and EI. It's the ability to recognize your emotions and being able to tell them apart and use that ability to guide your actions and behavior in an appropriate manner. It's also the ability to understand others' emotions, where they may be coming from, and how to understand how your actions can affect other people. And it's the ability to keep control of your emotions, to not let them control you in a situation. Now, a brief history on emotional intelligence. The earliest explanation was in the 1920s. It was defined as a way to act wisely in human relations. And in 1948, it was thought to be emotional thought, the concept emotional thought, and it was kind of an addition to logical thought, where people would add that to your cognitive intelligence and how you were able to function as a person, basically. The official term, however, wasn't created until 1990 by John Mayer and Peter Salovey in an academic article with the same title, Emotional Intelligence. And they were two psychologists and researchers who looked into the foundation of human intelligence, I believe. But the term wasn't popularized until 1995 by Daniel Goleman in his book with the same title. And the book would later become a highly influential piece of identifying human intelligence as a whole. Now, this slide is to kind of, some people believe that these are interconnected. You can tell one from the other. You can tell how smart someone is based on their personality. You might be able to tell how they can react to a situation based on their personality or their level of IQ, when that's really there's not a link, at least one that's found and academically or scientifically proven, between any of these. EQ is something that's you can develop over time, even if you're not born or in a situation where you have a high emotional intelligence, you might be on the lower spectrum. As you grow and you learn, you can practice those skills and abilities to grow into a highly emotional, intelligent person later on in your life. And it's not, some people believe it's the pushover, the person who's very emotional, they're very nice, they let people push them around. That's not it at all. It's the ability to use those emotions and not create a scene kind of way. Like it's one thing where you can be angry, but you can show that calm anger and not escalate a situation even more unless someone else escalates it. Now, IQ, your cognitive intelligence, it was a long time assumed to be the only way to measure human intelligence. And around the 90s, when people were discovering what emotional intelligence was, it was discovered that's not the case. And it's your ability to learn information. It doesn't change from the moment you're born to the moment that you're an adult. It's the same about this. If you can learn more, you can obviously, like, you can go and you can learn more and you become a smart and a more intelligent person or a better person because of it, but your ability to learn, the pace at which you learn, that doesn't change at all. And your personality is just learned behavior and sometimes instilled preferences that you pick up as you grow up. Like, you learn your mannerisms from your family, or one of the examples I found was being able to be an introvert or an extrovert. Someone can be extremely introverted and people believe that they might not be the best at emotions, when in reality they understand better than most people. And on the other end of the spectrum, someone who appears very, very smart is more emotionally intelligent because they have a way with people. But in terms of academics, they might not be the smartest one. They might not be the best, and that's okay. And it's not like any of this is not okay. It's just there's a big difference between them, and I thought that would be good to include. Also, personality is consistent in the manner that it varies by person by person. Now, this is the characteristics and the dimensions that make up emotional intelligence. It's your self-awareness, your ability to identify emotions and your mood and how it can affect other people, your self-regulation, self-management, the ability to control your impulses and express emotion in a way that's not bad. Sorry, lack of better wording. There's also your motivation, the ability to set goals and your drive to meet those goals. Your empathy / social awareness, it's your ability to sense emotions of others and understand why they might feel that way. Even if you don't understand the cause of it, you can understand that they feel that way now. And even if you don't understand why, you can empathize and you can be aware of how to handle their emotions at that time, such as if your coworker comes in and they look sad or they look depressed and they don't want to tell you why they feel that way, you can understand that they might need a bit more help than usual, or they might need a more gentle explanation, something of that nature. And there's also your social skills and your relationship management. And that's where the ability to use your awareness, your self-awareness, and your empathy to navigate social interactions. It's your ability to more or less survive social interactions. Now, people with a good self-awareness, they have a high confidence, such a high self-regard. And what I'll get into later is that with officers with low awareness or low confidence, a lot of the time it plays into their low emotional intelligence, and that can affect how they work. Your self-management, your self-regulation, that's your self-control, that's your ability to change, and that's the way to find a solution to a problem. And your motivation is the commitment and the optimism. And empathy is also no, empathy and social awareness, they can be defined as two separate things, but they can be, but I think the basis of both of those is being able to understand where a person's perspective is coming from. And one of the articles I found, it included political awareness, your leveraging diversity, and service orientation. That basically means that you understand a political opinion even though you don't agree with it, and you're not the Facebook people screaming at each other, no, your opinion is wrong, no, yours is wrong. It's like, I understand where you're coming from, I don't agree with it, but I won't attack you as a person. And the diversity is, even if you don't understand where someone comes from because they have a different culture or a different background that you have, such as the biggest one in terms of law enforcement is race. A lot of race does play a big factor, and sometimes being able to understand that someone might not respect the police or have a lot of faith in the police due to a past experience or marginalization, or they may have come here from a country that where police are not the best people. And as sad as that is to say. And service orientation is, I think it's more or less related to the thing I said earlier where you're in a service, like you're, let's say, a McDonald's worker or a JCPenney worker, is your ability to more or less keep your anger in check with the difficult customers and being able to say I'm sorry with a smile, even if they're cursing you out. Now, your social skills, those are things that are used daily because, well, maybe not now because we're in a pandemic, but it's basically how you navigate any social interaction, whether it's bumping into a stranger, having a small talk conversation, talking with your friends, something like that, or your coworkers. And it's the ability to work together as a team. It's your collaboration skills and your cooperation skills. So even if you don't like someone and you have to work with them, you kind of being able to control those frustrated emotions and try to work with them in a positive way. And the big one, which I'll get into later, is conflict management. Because during conflicts, I know personally my emotions tend to run high, and when my anger gets out of control or I let it get out of control because my emotional intelligence I'm still working on, it's logic goes out the window. And in terms of law enforcement, that can't really happen because we've all seen the situation of police firing because they were scared or they were a little too rough with someone because they were angry, or at least from what the perspective is, because that is what causes the most damage, and ultimately what I found this presentation to be most effective for. Later, I'm going to get into methods of improving emotional intelligence as officers, and the reason why I did that is because I've had talk with friends and family where they believe that if you can't be able to do any of these skills as an officer, or if your training doesn't account for them, you should not be an officer. And I agree with that statement because I know that I'm not the best at some of these, but I've been working to improve them. Whereas some officers, they go straight out of high school and they don't learn much in terms of emotional intelligence and how to build those skills. And we see those interactions, the negative interactions. And this project is not to vilify anyone. The police are just as human as we are. I know that once I put on my badge, if I'm lucky enough to get a badge in this environment, that I would want to be the best that I can be and to work on these skills to not end up on TMZ. Sorry. And to not end up on a news network being the cop that punched someone because they were resisting and I lost my temper. And this is basically what all of these are to be, and I'll get into how they're going to apply to law enforcement in a little bit. This is what I was getting into more on the other slide. I kind of went off on my own little tangent here. The importance of emotional intelligence is, as I said, is the ability to keep your emotions in check under pressure or a stressful situation, because when they run high, logic is out of the building. It is gone. It is you're doing what is instinct, and what is instinct may not be the best in that situation. And if it's an instinct that is instilled in you as a child, and that instinct is to lash out and be aggressive, that might not be the best if you're a retail worker or a law enforcement officer dealing with another person. That's not going to be the best. You're going to end up on Instagram or TikTok of the viral video, and people are going to be in the comments arguing whether or not what you did was right or not. That's a whole different thing. And it's also the ability to meet tight deadlines. I know in law enforcement, sometimes they get tighter deadlines than they would like, especially in high-profile cases. And it's kind of the ability to not let the stress go to your head, which is hard. A lot of this is what I'm saying is hard to do, but the point of it is the more you practice at it, the better you get. And sometimes when you can't, if you have a friend who's emotionally intelligent or someone else who can kind of help you with that, and which it goes back to the collaborative thing, because a lot of this is what I found is that it's a good mechanism to use when you go through a traumatic experience or your mental health is not the best. and I'll get into that later because some of that's more of how to develop a higher emotional intelligence, which I'm going to get to later. And it's also how you deal with challenges, whether in your social life, your work life, or the situation. It's being able to have that uncomfortable conversation when you get overwhelmed. It's not shutting down and just blocking out everything, because sometimes, especially in law enforcement, you can't do that. You have to, or in life, you can't just shut down whenever you feel like it unless you have a mental condition that makes it hard to do that. Sorry. And it's also how you improve relationships. In this point in this presentation, I'm going to get into later of relationships with the police, because I believe that's where you see more emotional intelligence with officers, because in reality a lot of this is how you deal with people, and that's a lot of law enforcement work. And it's also how you deal with conflicts. Now, we've seen 101 videos of conflicts with police officers. Some of them end okay, some of them they do the right, some of them they are able to use their skills to bring down a situation. Other times, a situation escalates to the point that no one can control it. And like I said, the whole point of this isn't to vilify anyone. It's more to point out that I believe that some of those cases were simply due to a low emotional intelligence. And whether or not that was due to the training, which I'll get into later on, like I said, or just them as a person not being able to develop those skills, it says a lot, because like I said, I've gotten into conversations, and these are skills I believe that are very, very important when you're in law enforcement, because it can be extremely harmful or even fatal to not just the officers, but to the people that we're supposed to be protecting. And it's also the persistence in failure and setbacks. That happens a lot, I know, especially in detective work. And it's the ability to motivate yourself and others. Some of the articles I found mention that emotional intelligence training and being able to develop a higher emotional intelligence can actually lead to less burnout among police officers, because they're able to pick themselves up, give whatever time they need. Obviously, the situations are going to be different, but it's the ability to be able to pick themselves up and go through another day knowing that they can't, even though if they can't control the situation that they're in, they can control how they react to it. Now, emotional intelligence in terms of law enforcement is usually the officer's ability to manage their emotions in a way that has a positive outcome or is in a constructive way, and it's the ability for them to manage a healthy relationship within the department, among their fellow officers and people who work there, along with the other agencies in the system. Now, the functionally high IQ is references to the ability to create a healthy workplace. And usually in these workplaces, there are lower reports of stress and healthier off-duty events. And what I mean by this is that it's usually, from what I understand, it's the ability to create a workspace where even if you don't like each other or if you don't agree with the way someone handles something within reason, you still respect one another and you're able to work with one another. And it's just all around better for everyone, because you're not stressing, oh, is this person going to do this to get back at me? And this happens in law enforcement. When I get into later, I'm going to reference officers who they broke the blue code in a way. They reported officers for unethical conduct or something like that, and it had very harmful consequences for the officer and sometimes for the civilians that got caught up in it. And this is going to tie into why the whole purpose behind some of this, at least from what I understand. And emotional intelligence in law enforcement is also, when you have a higher emotional intelligence, it's one of the big reasons for a stronger job satisfaction rating and building relationships in the department. It's usually the positive, someone with a higher emotional intelligence or high EQ has a positive approach to conflict. They're not, I think, as I said before, the officers that are aggressive, or no, I'm going to say in a minute, officers who are aggressive instead of assertive, they have the kind of fight me thing, which is not a healthy, really, work environment. Whereas someone with a high emotional intelligence is more of the, okay, let's talk about this in a civil manner to make a way that's good for everybody, or at the very least calms down the situation. Now, these are the characteristics that you're going to see in an officer with high EQ versus one with low EQ. Someone with high EQ, they're assertive, they're ambitious, they're decisive, they're sociable or they're friendly, they have a friendly demeanor, they're influential with the people around them, they're patient, and they're a good listener. Now, someone with low EQ is going to be aggressive, they're going to be demanding, confrontational, impulsive, they're going to resist any change that you're going to make, or any changes made and go with what they know, which might not be the best. And they're more temperamental or moody. They're the more cynical, not in a good way, officers. And what I mean by that is a lot of people in law enforcement, sometimes they have a darker sense of humor because that's kind of how you survive the job. But they're the ones that kind of stew in those emotions and they don't know how to handle those emotions. Now, the difference between assertive and aggressive is the obvious one, where it's usually, from what I understand, is that someone who might be assertive can be perceived as aggressive and vice versa with the other one. And that's what can be hard to measure. But as you can see with the high emotional intelligence in officers, it's the ones that you want. That you want someone who's going to be able to listen, they're going to be patient and try to understand the situation as best as they can. Obviously, in high stress situations, you have to make decisions quick. But the thing is that when you're impulsive, and such as the one in a low EQ, and you're confrontational, those high stress situations can become even worse. And later on, I'm going to get into perceptions of law enforcement and how these are going to tie in. So when I was looking into the training, I was already familiar with the paramilitary type style that was used in police departments. It's the one that's referenced a lot when people think of police training in America. And most of the time, this is as it sounds, a military-esque type style, where people go in, they expect to be yelled at, they expect to have a lot of physical activity and be yelled at, or even screamed in their face. And the point of most of these tactics is to kind of build that mental endurance, but it also can teach the wrong message and can attract the wrong kind of officers. And what I mean by this, it's usually the people who see the recruitment videos. One of the articles I found mentioned a recruitment video for SWAT, and it was criticized for its use of heavy metal music in the background. It opened with the code of SWAT is take down the enemy at any means necessary. And what this does is that this type of training trains officers to have a warrior mindset, an us versus them mindset. And this can be problematic when they believe that the people that they're supposed to be protecting, even from themselves, are a threat. And there has been a link between paramilitary training and abusive behavior. As I said before, the screaming in the face, it's usually used to teach stoicism, so that way they don't show emotion during stressful situations. But what this effect can also have is that it puts in their mind that if they can scream and belittle someone who has less authority than they do, i.e. the civilians. The warrior cup mentality has also been heavily criticized for the use of kind of more or less endorsing the blue line, the us versus them mentality, and that itself can be harmful to the police because there is a process or a time where their mindset stops going from protect and serve to make it home alive, even if it is in the most action-based place that they live in. Sometimes they do have that kind of mindset. And because there is no standard of training, it's much shorter compared to other countries, and even shorter than other departments within the U.S. Some of them are as short as 10 weeks, others as much as 36 weeks. I know in the FBI for Quantico, it's an intense 20 weeks living there, but even then, that might not be enough to get everything ready. And in terms of education, the basis for most police departments is having a high school diploma. High schoolers nowadays, I know that when I left high school and if I joined straight out of high school, I would not be okay. I mean this in the sense that when you're 18, you don't know anything. You're learning how to be an adult, and if you're in this type of and you gain that type of mentality, it's going to be the officer that's viral for using excessive force, or at the very least what seems like excessive force. And there is no standard in terms of hours, too. It can be anywhere from 360 hours to 900 hours, depending on the state. And the minimum, most places do go over the minimum, and they do have a time where the recruits have to be, or the rookies have to be, with a senior officer, a training officer, for about 6 months to a year before they're considered full-time police officers, in the sense that they know what they're doing. But this can also be harmful when the training officer is not teaching them the right things. I'm going to be getting into some bad situations and bad conflicts with that people have had with the police over the years. And the most recent one has been George Floyd. It was actually the training officer who was the one who was leaning on George Floyd's neck with his knee, and it was the rookies that were standing there not knowing what to do because they had only been on the force for a short time, or two of them at the very least. And what this does is that when the training, and the whole point of what I'm trying to make here, that when the training officer is teaching has low emotional intelligence himself, because that's what that was. That was, I don't know what that guy was thinking when he was doing that. And that's where this kind of, where the question came from, is how much do they teach people what not to do? Because it should be basic knowledge. Do not lean on someone's neck for 9 minutes. But that's not what happened, and obviously not every officer is like that, but that's what I mean by attracting the wrong kind of officers, because if you have an us versus them mentality and you go and the training does not meet up with the standard that most people have, it's going to be very bad. And because of the short amount of time that officers have to train and to learn everything, it has been heavily criticized when I compared it to the Norwegian police and the Finland police, who have a 2 to 3 year training requirement. And the studies have shown that the population trusts the police much more than they do in the United States, because by the time that they're getting to use the force and getting to learning about it, and the officers in that scenario were getting their badge and their gun, which was about a 4 months time period. And the whole point of this spiel, I guess what it is that the skills of emotional intelligence are not as emphasized as they should be. Most of the time, it's them learning how to use their weapon, learning the law, other things like that, and then kind of just it's more or less than when they get to it, it doesn't always stick in their heads, and they don't practice it as much as they should be, because this is not something you can learn in a few weeks. This is something that takes months to years of practice to get these skills. And that's why when I get to the improvement section, I'll divulge into more as to what I mean by that. Training in mind, I looked into other quote-unquote damaging interactions with police, because these are where I believe you see the officers of showing a low emotional intelligence most of the time. Because as I said before, they're more confrontational, they're a lot more aggressive. They tend to be, I should say. And the most famous ones in terms of this is the Rodney King incident in LA back in the 90s, where he was beaten by 4 officers. When I looked into these, I went in with the mindset, is this police brutality, or is this someone having a low EQ who could potentially be approved? Now, obviously, in situations such as that, the officer is going to need to face a serious punishment if needed, like the Eric Gardner case or George Floyd. Those were not emotionally, though they may have been emotionally intelligent on the lower spectrum, but in those interactions where someone is seriously harmed or died, those situations should be held more accountable for those actions, if it includes them being off the force, and so be it. And I bring these up because these are more the extreme situations where that could be used in training if they aren't already. I didn't see any evidence that they were, but I believe that they are, of showing officers this is what not to do. You need to work on these skills. And another one I looked into was one that happened back in December of an 18-year-old named Zeke Rayford, who had run a stop sign or had run a red light, and he fled from the police basically because he had weed on him. He ran home, and when he got home, he was banging on the door asking for his father. And when the officers showed up, they immediately tackled him, and you could see them kicking and punching him on his stoop. Now, looking at this from an objective perspective, yes, he was in the wrong because he had weed with him, even though and he ran from the police. But in terms of emotional intelligence, someone with a higher level would probably emphasize, okay, this is a black teenager living in a time who has probably seen his entire life of black Americans being shot by police, either accidentally or because the police thought they had a weapon. So he was probably scared for his life, and I believe he said he was scared for his life at the time. But these officers only saw someone who was running and assumed he was wrong, at least from what you could see from the video. And it's a heartbreaking video to see, and the reason I bring it up is because this is what I mean by implementing emotional intelligence training more into police training and potentially making the police training longer to account for this. Because a lot of the time, in situations like this, especially when it concerns race, this is where empathy becomes a lot more pronounced, because it was the stereotypical white officers versus the black citizen, and everyone is going to automatically assume, oh, they're racist, oh, they weren't doing their jobs right, and that may or may not be the case, but that's not what this point is. It's the fact that they were aggressive, they were confrontational, one would argue, and they were impulsive. They followed it appeared that they followed their emotions, and they went way too far with this kid. It's a heartbreaking video, honestly. And there was another one I saw in my relations to law enforcement class that I brought up. I don't have a picture of a teen assaulted in a New York City subway by a cop. It was a very messy situation. It was a very stressful situation where there were teenagers who were alleged to be involved in a brawl that happened, who ran into the subway, and when the officers tried to make an arrest, they resisted, and one officer, you can see him walk up and just flat out punch a kid in the face. He was maybe 18. And that itself started a whole nother mess, because now everyone on the train tracks that saw this are screaming, "Let them go," and trying to help them get away. And the reason I bring this up is because this is another situation where the use of force by the book, because they were resisting arrest, they had the right to use an excessive force, to use force to make those arrests. But an emotionally intelligent person probably would, or even a sane person would have thought, maybe not punching someone on a New York City subway. And the reason why I bring this one up, because not only does it kind of back my point up of bringing emotional intelligence into more training, or even after they graduate the police academy and bring it up more and more as they're in the department, because New York City subways do not have a railing to prevent people from going into the subway, and they were very close to the tracks. So because of that one officer's actions, if the situation had escalated even more, there is a possibility that someone could have been pushed or fell into those tracks. And that's more or less my point, is that the officers with higher emotional intelligence would know how to handle those situations as best as they could. And I'm sorry, but a punch to the face is not handling that situation. And I also brought in the Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020, because this is what kind of inspired this project. Because from what I saw, all the videos I saw on social media, again, social media is a very influential part of perceptions of police. You would see police officers seemingly attack people who are not doing anything, and everyone tried to justify it as riots, even though research showed that 90% of the protests were peaceful. There were very few that broke out in the riots, and yet all the officers there had tear gas, they had riot gear, there were assaults on protesters, seemingly unprovoked. There was one video of a officer who was seen shoving a woman who was 20 back onto the sidewalk, because it was in New York City at the time, and they were allegedly out past curfew. Only she hit her head on the sidewalk, and she had a very severe brain injury because of it. And there was another one of what I call a prime example of low intelligence officer versus high intelligence officer, or in terms of emotional, because there was one of a man on his knees with his hands up, and you could see the officer shove him in the chest. Obviously unprovoked attack, and you could see it was a female officer, the one that had low intelligence. It was a male officer, low intelligence, female high intelligence, going and screaming at him, basically. That is not what you do in this situation. You walk away. And that is what the point I'm trying to make in terms of training if there needs to be improvements, is that it's more or less teaching them how to control those emotions and not do things like that, such as the officers who drove into a crowd in New York City. I saw that video too. It was not very good, and they were not showing a good level of emotional intelligence. And another reason why I bring this up is because during this time, you also see that officers who may have been showing a high emotional intelligence were not able to do what they could have done, such as the woman screaming at her coworker for doing that. She was praised by social media, but there was another one of an older man in Buffalo or Rochester. I'm sorry, I can't remember the city, being shoved by an officer, and he fell and hit his head. And then you can see another one going to try and help him, only to be shoved away from him, and someone called for assistance. And the reason I bring this one up because this is another one of them trying to help someone and possibly showing a higher level of emotional intelligence only to be punished. And the reason why I bring that up is because later on I'm going to talk about other situations of an officer showing a higher level of emotional intelligence, trying to get the combatant officer away from a civilian, and instead they were punished for it. Now, when I get into perceptions of law enforcement, this is again to kind of reference this is how the public is going to see the police, and this is where emotional intelligence has the promise to be able to see the progress that people make, and how to potentially see a high intelligence officer versus a low intelligence officer. And like I said, when I mention this, I also mean that this is where their level is at that moment. Whether or not it can be improved or not is really up to the job and how they handle that situation. And the whole point is that because it is such a flexible skill, it's something that should be honed as they keep going on in the job, because the nature of the job is extremely scrutinized to meet expectations by the department and the public. They have to handle multiple groups that are challenging their authority, whether it be a teenager who doesn't want to listen or a drug dealer who doesn't want to get caught. And a modern officer is going to need more tactical capabilities and the blend of skills that practicing emotional intelligence can bring, because they're not just learning how to do physical actions such as a takedown of someone who's resisting arrest. They're learning how to manage their emotions not just on the job but within themselves, because this is a very mentally taxing job. It's one of the few careers that has an intense need for vigilance constantly, having a good mood and demeanor, at the very least like a proper mood at the time, and having the mental and physical endurance to do the job day in and day out, because it is a very emotional job. You're in some of my classes with Dr. Martin, he mentioned that he would be going from a shootout in Rochester to going to someone complaining that a kid is on their lawn. So it's a very it can be very high and low in terms of what you do, because you can go from a very stressful situation to a very relatively mundane situation very, very quick. And I also included race and political party because this is also where emotional intelligence some of the skills can be incorporated more. As I said before, in terms of empathy with race, empathy is not being able to is not completely being able to understand where they're coming from, but why they feel the way they do. Because in a survey that I have found, a national survey, Black Americans were 5 times more likely to claim that they were victimized due to their race and ethnicity because they were suspected of doing criminal activity. Oh, and the little symbols, if you look in the little notes in the notes thing, that's the survey that I had gotten them from, because there was about 3 of them. And by political party, I include this one because this is how the Democrats and Republicans view police treatment, and ultimately whether or not laws can be passed or legislation can be passed. Because of these views on police, Democrats are more likely to see a bigger problem when it comes to police use of force against minorities, and more likely to believe that it's a bigger problem because of the history of that minorities have had with police brutality in the past, versus Republicans who, when compared, are much, much lower, and to believe that they're the bigger problem. And because of this, there's also the confidence gaps within races. Black Americans have been marginalized for decades, if not a good century. Ever since slavery, they've had arguably the most hardships of any other race or ethnicity in this country. And even with that, there is no group that is completely anti-cop, because obviously, like, it's racist to assume that Black Americans are going to distrust the police all just as much as white Americans are going to trust the police, because this is not really the reason I bring in race at all is because this is where these skills can be utilized the most. They can, because in a situation where it's especially a white officer and a black civilian, they have to be aware of how it's going to look in the media because of what happened in the past, especially with Eric Gardner, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland. And Sandra Bland was the woman who was found dead in police custody and believed to have been murdered by the officers there. And it's because it also has a big impact on how they perceive the conduct of police, and it varies a lot in terms of police tactics, courteousness, racial imparity, and competency. Minority groups, especially Black Americans, are more likely to say the police do not have any of this and were more rude to them and use harsher tactics on them than white, and to say that they're competent at all in their jobs versus white Americans. And Hispanics, I found that tend to be more in the middle. And as a Hispanic myself, I can kind of understand, because Hispanics do not come in one color. We vary a lot, and that in and of itself can show the difference in perception of police. Because if I was to get stopped by a cop, from what I understand, from what my research and from my experiences tell me, I have a good chance of being treated much more courteous and much less forceful than my brother, who is much darker than me, and he basically looks like Ice-T back in the 90s. And the reason I bring this is because, like I said, perception is where people make all is where as how people, social occurrences are how people get their perceptions of police, and because this is where you are gonna see emotional intelligence a lot, because someone who has a high level of emotional intelligence is gonna be aware of the different factors that are going to be in. A white American will never be able to understand what a Black American has gone to, but they can empathize why they can, sympathize is what I'm trying to say, why they may be more hesitant to call police. And I'm going to talk more about that in the next slide. But the whole point of this is that because this is such a big part of the job, working with civilians, and because perception is such a heavy impact on how police can do their jobs, because it's how much people trust police. If you have officers with a higher emotional intelligence are more likely to be much less combative, as I said before, and much more sociable. And just by having a good interaction with police can help raise someone's trust in police itself, and that's why I believe it should be implemented in the training much more. Now, I've mentioned little things of ways to improve over the course of this presentation, and this is kind of to go in depth of what I meant by some of these. One of the things I found was by the Department of Justice, by recognizing the challenges in the community, such as the history of injustice among minorities, by race, sexuality, gender, not to disregard those experiences, because they do play a big role in how people perceive police, even among generations, and to try and reduce bias by improving cultural competency. And this is where emotional intelligence, empathy especially, and social awareness can come in. Because even if you don't fully understand someone's cultural competency, you can understand why it makes them act the way they act, especially in terms of the injustice among minorities. Because if someone knows someone especially who had a very bad experience with police, they are more likely not to trust police because of that experience. And this is where you're going to see emotional intelligence, the benefits of it, because this is the job basically. And another one is to develop emotional intelligence. And I had the belief that it should be implemented in training much more than it is. And how to develop it is usually to manage the negative emotions by not letting them take over, basically. by not letting the fear take over in the situation or your anger, because there is a time and a place to do that, and especially in law enforcement, it can be, as we've seen, it can be very harmful or very deadly. It's also very good to be mindful of vocabulary, because you can't scream at somebody because you want to or because you're angry. That's how situations escalate. Another one is practice empathy, which ties in again to the other ones I saw. Even if you don't understand why someone's acting the way they do, you can understand the situation that led up to people acting the way they do. You can understand. You can um, you can be able to control your own reaction to that situation, especially the example of a civilian being very unruly. You can control how you react to what they say and what they do. And another one that I saw was know what stresses you and or what triggers you. And I think the article mentioned try to avoid those situations. In law enforcement, it's very much it's harder to avoid a situation that stresses you out, because it can be a high stress job. But the big one was being able to bounce back, and this one is very important, especially after after officers go through a very stressful situation. In most of the departments, they go get mental health. They go check on their mental health. I'm sorry about that. And being in the point of that is to being able to process those emotions, being able to understand those emotions, and then find methods how to manage those emotions so that way you're able to look at life on a different outlook. And this can actually help reduce police burnout, because the more that they understand their own mental health, and especially in their emotions, the more likely they are to be able to actually bounce back and do the job as they did before. Maybe not exactly as before, but it's still much more beneficial to the officer to be able to manage their emotions, not just in their job, but for themselves, so they don't burn out within the next 5 years. And the big one is to alter the paramilitary training of officers, also known as demilitarizing the police. And this involves getting rid of the warrior cop mindset and switching to the guardian mindset. So instead of us versus them having that blue line because a lot of officers, they don't, because the job is so much different than a lot of professions, a lot of police officers don't they do develop that us versus them mentality, because no one else is going to understand the job like they do. They don't. A lot of the public doesn't see the things that they see on a daily basis. And going from warrior to guardian is designed to try and get rid of that mindset, in turn, and promote officers to make friends outside of the department, or to do things outside of the department, or at the very least understand so that way they don't have the warrior going into battle mentality, and instead have the guardian protect and serve as it should be. And not, like I said, not saying it isn't, but I wouldn't be doing this project if it didn't happen. Another one is to have equal focus on emotional intelligence skills than weapons and self-defense tactics. Now, obviously, all of these are important, but there should not be more emphasis on one than the other, because they all coincide with each other. You can learn how to use a weapon and you can learn how to defend yourself, but if you let your emotions get the better of you, it can cause a situation to go from bad to worse, such as an officer going on a routine stop and being so scared of what he's going to see that he has his hand on his gun, or she or they, and instead reaching the moment that they get scared. And we've seen that of someone going to get their registration and the officer doesn't see what they have and immediately believes it's a gun and they start shooting. And I've seen videos such as that. And while there are instances where a routine stop can turn deadly, the whole point of this is not to develop for the worst, it's how to manage the situation that you're in now. Another one is to require longer training and higher expectations in education. This is a big one. I'm a big believer in this, because there should be longer training for officers. It's very, even with the 6 months training officer, that all depends if that training officer has a high emotional intelligence themselves. like going back to George Floyd, the training officer was the one who had the low emotional intelligence and had his knee on his neck, and the two rookies were just kind of caught in the middle. Now that whole situation, that's something completely different. But the point of this is there needs to be much more training available to hopefully reduce these kind of interactions. And this kind of ties into another problem of Americans not being able to afford college or going to debt because college is so expensive in America. And they could always use the military, the money that goes into police work and put more of that into the training itself instead of having high grade weapons, military grade weapons, and riot gear. I mean, they're gonna need riot gear at some point, but they should not. Like I said, the whole point of this is not to villainize anybody. It's more or less how to handle these situations better for the future. And lastly, there was one of implement a duty to intervene, and I put in quotations Carryall's law. It was a law passed in Buffalo after a woman named Carryall, I hope I'm saying that name right, was fired because she got into an altercation with a fellow officer who had his arm around a man's neck while he was handcuffed. And she believed that he was doing more harm than good at the time, so when she went to pull him off, he struck her in the face, she lost a few teeth, and she got fired. And the news article that came out shortly after that said that she was making a dangerous situation worse. And I also saw this during the Black Lives Matter protests of the man when he was shoved and hit his head against the concrete in Buffalo. One officer went to go step in only to be pulled away. And this is what I mean by duty of intervention, because if an officer believes that another officer is doing far more harm than good, they should have the ability to step in without fearing retribution, also known as the blue line, because it is well known in the cop world in the cop world, it is well known that people who go against what people believe to be acceptable in the department are ostracized, and sometimes other officers don't respond to backup calls, or they don't rush to help if they're in danger, and this can be dangerous to the officer who intervened in the beginning. And the whole point I'm trying to make is that the emotional intelligence training, if it's implemented more, especially during the department, these situations might decrease. And the duty to intervene is not going to be as ostracized in police departments, because the whole point of it would be they would not intervene in the first place if they believed the other officer was doing the right thing or doing more harm than good. At the very least, I hope so. And these are hopefully the benefits that you're going to see with higher emotional intelligence training or better emotional intelligence training in the police department. And this is usually better behavior among the officers. They improve their self-confidence and job performance. They focus on the issues, not department politics. Again, officers not focusing on the issue itself versus the blue line, oh, you have to protect me because I'm another cop kind of mentality, which still exists. Some people will deny it, but it does exist. And it also has better performance in a team/group setting, because even if you don't like another officer, you still know how to work with them. And you can also understand other viewpoints much more easily, or you should be able to, as well as have a positive influence on others, stay optimistic, as well as staying calm and have effective problem solving, especially in a very high stress situation. And I also included how to reduce stress/increase these benefits. This is more or less how to also develop your emotional intelligence as it is. Don't be a perfectionist. Lead by example. Stop negative thinking. Control what's possible and set attainable goals. And I added keep the dreams. And by this I mean most of the time that when recruits come in, they have these big dreams, and they have that it's sometimes crushed by the reality of the job. And what they can do is set a goal that is attainable at the time and work towards making that dream a reality, such as working to get the promotion, working to resolve a conflict, working to have a healthier environment and healthier relationship with your fellow officers, as well as staying optimistic during the job as much as they can, because like I said, it is a very high stakes, very emotional, taxing job. So if you need time to get better mentally, then the department should be able to do that. and also lead by example, to be the officer with the high emotional intelligence and to show the recruits and the trainees what an officer should look like. And don't be a perfectionist and control what's possible is mostly because there are uncontrollable situations where you cannot control the outcome or you can't foresee an outcome. And the whole point of it is to not be the ideal, not be this guardian angel, even though you are supposed to have a guardian mentality. You still are only human. There's only so much that anyone can do in a situation. And the whole point of this is to learn how to control what you can control. You can control how you react, you can control what you say, you can control what you do. And that's the whole point of including emotional intelligence in law enforcement, to teach officers much more control, and hopefully these outcomes won't happen as much as they have. And that concludes my presentation. The next few slides are just resources. I did try to cut this down as much as I could. I didn't realize it would be this long, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment.